Aster has managed to win 58% of their meetings over a long history together. It's quite a surprising start to see Ignis take an early lead given that long-term dominance. Now we have to see if Aster can pivot and find their footing here. Ignis is looking incredibly sharp early on, managing to come out on top despite Aster having the height advantage. Hard to believe considering those ratings. Aster makes a quick adjustment and shuts that down, picking Ignis right off the Tetris. What a scramble! He barely keeps his head above water in that exchange to even the score. The higher rated side is starting to exert some pressure. Ignis keeps the momentum, pushing ahead by a single point. Coming off a tough loss to Lanza yesterday, he's suddenly finding his form. Ignis is really cruising now, extending that lead to 4-2. Hard to ignore the difference in their overall win rates. A strong response there, as Ignis takes total control of the map. He's really taking advantage of the higher rated players' shaky start. Ignis just secures a huge one from the ramp, bringing his streak to 4. He's making Aster look like the underdog here. Aster finally finds an answer here, cutting into that lead. A much needed spark for the higher rated side. Ignis is currently putting a huge dent in that head-to-head gap. It's really interesting because Aster typically holds a significant edge over this player in their historical meetings. It'll be fascinating to see if this momentum carries into the final stretch of the regulation half. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. He's definitely keeping up his end of the bargain as the favorite. He played a very clean half and should have the confidence coming out of the tunnel. Time to shake things up. Ignis is still in the driver's seat at 8-5. He's definitely showing that raw talent listed at the top of the ladder. Ignis is just running away with it at 9-5. He seems much more comfortable here than in his last few games. Esther is really starting to trade blows and keep this series tight. Esther just completely dismantles him from the ramp, showing some real grit in this climb. The pressure is shifting back onto Ignis now. Ignis is really capitalizing on the verticality here, using that box to secure a massive 3-round lead. Ignis is putting some serious pressure on now, just a couple more rounds, and he'll secure the victory. Absolutely effortless, he's just one step away from closing this out. It is a tough spot for the higher ranked competitor. A sharp reflex play from Esther to keep this series alive. Just a glimpse of the form he's shown in previous tournaments. He refuses to go down easily, digging in to put a stop to that momentum. He's really starting to fight back into this match. What a finishing touch! He shuts the door on this series with a perfect final blow. He really just took over the series. Huge statement win here for the lower seed to shake things up. Esther has dominated a huge portion of their history with a 57% head-to-head win rate. But that's not how the day is going so far. Since he's already dropped 2 straight matches to Ignis, we have to see if he can actually break that pattern here. Esther holds that ramp beautifully, keeping this game within reach. He really needs to capitalize on those rankings advantages now. Deadlock, Ignis and Aster are completely tied up. The rank 14 slot is starting to make its presence felt. He's completely shifted the momentum, taking over with the 3-round surge. A tough spot for the underrated player to be in. Ignis reacts faster this time, picking him off the ramp to even things up. A tough time for the favorite to find his footing today. Ignis pulls ahead by 1, firmly in control now. He's really putting on a clinic after those 2 wins earlier today. He is just not letting up, picking up another easy one to move further ahead. Aster wins the battle on the ramp, answering back with a clean shot. A solid recovery after those tough losses earlier today. Back to a stalemate, Ignis and Esther are level. He's finally starting to look like the top tier talent he's known as. He just can't be stopped right now, taking his 3rd straight as we approach the break. Everything is going his way as we head into the break. Aster holds a 7-5 lead. He's leveraging that superior 67% map win rate to keep the pressure on. He's looking very comfortable as the underdog in this one. Fresh start for both. Ignis gets the drop from the ramp, keeping this set incredibly tight. He's really showing that 70% recent form coming through. Esther is really putting the pressure on now, managing to push his advantage back to a 2-round lead. A strong return to form for the favorite. Aster manages to claw back a slender 1-round lead. That was a lightning fast exchange. Aster just catches him right as he's holding that ramp, extending his cushion further. This is exactly the level of play expected from the higher rated side. A real scrap for ground there. Both of them fought for the same piece of space and Ignis just came out on top. He's really putting on a clinic against a higher rated opponent today. Aster really likes that ramp position and he's making the most of it right now. That was an incredibly quick exchange on the ramp. Aster barely keeps the lead at 10-9. He seems to have the mental edge after those earlier victories. Unbelievable! He barely survives a brutal exchange to secure an 11-9 advantage. He's really fighting for his life on those low health exchanges. He's fighting back. Ignis is putting the pressure on and we are nearly at a deadlock. He's refusing to let the match slip away now. What a fight! Aster barely scrapes through that exchange and now he is just 1 round away from victory. That's an incredibly dangerous way to keep the lead. Unbelievable, he closed through that chaotic brawl to secure the map victory. He really showed his grit today, refusing to go down easy after those first few losses. Such a tough way to finish it, he had to work for that. Aster is historically the dominant force here, winning over half of their career meetings. So it's interesting to see him start on the back foot despite the clear advantage in their head-to-head history. We'll see if Ignis can actually break that pattern tonight. Ignis is putting some serious pressure on Aster now. The higher rated player is starting to show his class. Aster is really starting to pile up the rounds here, quickly erasing that early lead. He definitely looks like the A-list player right now. He just plucks Ignis right off those boxes, taking full control of the momentum. It really feels like the gap in the ladder is surfacing. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that fight to keep his momentum going. The A-list rating is really starting to make a difference. Ignis secures the win from the boxes to bring the score to 3-4. He's clearly feeling the pressure after those losses in Italy and on map. Ignis has managed to keep things surprisingly competitive, even though he's overall sitting on a 23-25 record today. It shows he's fighting hard to shake off the frustration of those losses from earlier in the session. He'll need that grit to close the gap. That was way too easy for him. He's just rolling through this set. Looking like a much more confident player today. He simply refuses to slow down, picking Ignis right off the boxes to keep this heater going. Aster takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's a strong start for the underdog, though he does have the historical advantage on this map. He'll need to stay sharp to avoid a comeback. Time to see if Ignis adapts. Unreal, he just survived by the skin of his teeth to claw one back. His overall career percentage is definitely proving a bit misleading here. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to dig deep and secure another round. He's fighting back with some real urgency now. Aster is firmly in command with a 9-6 lead. That's his second set victory against this opponent today. Aster is now commanding a strong 4-round lead. He's playing exactly like the higher rated man today. Ignis just claimed a quick win from the ramp, cutting into that lead. The higher rank is starting to feel the heat. Aster is really pulling away now. He's just 2 rounds away from closing this out. A very strong way to enter the final stretch. He just shuts that comeback attempt down completely, putting himself a single round away from victory. That was an incredibly clean finish to seal the deal. Absolute perfection on the final shot to wrap up the match. He really just shrugged off that early challenge and dominated the map. Ignis had some fight in him, but he's just outclassed today. Aster holds a strong 74% win rate on this particular map. It makes a lot of sense that he entered this series as the heavy favorite. Let's see if Ignis can actually keep this momentum going against him. Ignis is absolutely dominating with a 2-1 lead. He's fighting a tough head-to-head record here. They're trading rounds back and forth, keeping this absolutely level. Looking at the rankings, the higher seed is making his mark. Aster just close back to lead 3-2. His rank 14 status is starting to show. Complete deadlock now. Ignis brings us to a free tie. The underdog has stayed remarkably consistent in this set. These two are just lighting each other up. Every round is ending in a heartbeat today. It's a familiar story, given their head-to-head history. Pure chaos. Aster levels the field at 4 apiece. The lower-ranked player is refusing to go away here. Aster takes the edge back with a 5-4 lead. He's having a very productive day, and it shows. Neither player is letting the other breathe, just trading blows as we head toward the half. Aster keeps the pressure on, leading 6-5. Both players have been grinding throughout the day. We are all square at 6 apiece. This matches the pre-match outlook perfectly. Both players are playing with extreme confidence, and we're essentially starting a fresh game as they switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. Aster secures a thin 1-round advantage at 7-6. He's really converting his higher rating into results today. Aster is currently sitting on a positive 21-15 record over the last day. It's clear that his overall confidence is just on another level right now. He's starting to really pull away as we move deeper into the second half. He's just not slowing down, moving closer to a double-digit lead. The momentum matches the historical trend with those total map wins. A clean trade here for Ignis to get back on the board. Looking at his overall track record, Aster remains the dominant force here. Aster is really putting on the pressure now, just 2 more rounds away from closing this out. The rank 14 spot is looking very secure today. That was an absolute slugfest, but Aster comes out on top to reach a commanding 12-7 lead. Absolute precision on that final shot. Ignis just keeps the fight alive, shutting that attempt down with a perfect kill. Siding with the underdog feels a bit more viable now. What a finish! Aster secures a flawless final round to close out the series. He really held his nerve when it mattered, and now he's out in front in their overall rivalry. Aster has clearly been the better player in their head-to-head history, winning 58% of their matches, and we've seen that trend heavily in their last few games together. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can disrupt that pattern today. Ignis is playing aggressively early on, using the ramp to get the jump on Aster. A huge contrast to those 3 straight losses he took just earlier today. Ignis is holding the lead with a tight 2-1 score. The higher rated player is starting to find his footing. Both players were fighting for the same high ground, but Ignis just had the quicker reflex. Ignis is just dominating now, sitting comfortably at 4-1. It's a total flip from those 3 losses we saw earlier today. A complete turnaround as he secures another victory, extending that run to 3 straight. It's a shocking turn of events, considering the results from their other games today. He just completely takes over from that ramp position, making it a massive 6-1 lead. It's becoming a nightmare for the higher rated player here. He's just completely in control, extending this run to 5 straight. He's really shaking off those previous losses from earlier today. Aster finally answers back and manages to secure a win. The higher ranked player is starting to wake up. Ignis has a winning percentage of only 47% on this map overall. That makes this massive lead all the more impressive, since he's essentially fighting against his own historical trends. He's really turning the tide in a big way. Ignis takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely proving why he entered this as the favorite. Aster is struggling to put up any resistance right now. Aster needs a complete restart here. Aster claws back 1, but Ignis still commands a 10-3 lead. His overall win percentage is nearly 20% higher than the opposition. That was an incredibly fast trade. He's just outreacting everything Aster throws at him right now. Ignis puts the pressure back on from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from the finish. Aster barely broke a sweat with that exchange, keeping his health intact to stay in the fight. And that's it. Ignis closes things out with a final burst to secure the map victory. A complete shutdown of the higher seed. We're seeing a new side of this player today. Aster is looking formidable with a 73% win rate on this specific map, and honestly, it's surprising to see him starting on the back foot given how well he usually performs here. He'll need to find some quick answers to prevent this from becoming a struggle. Ignis has a slim lead at 2-1 right now. He's finally starting to show that rating difference. Aster has the wind in his sails now, evening things up and looking very sharp. This looks exactly like their previous meetings on a different surface. Ignis just caught Aster completely exposed on that ramp, really putting the pressure on now. A tough start for the heavy favorite today. Deadlock at 3-all. We're officially in a stalemate. He is certainly making the most of his ranking advantage. Aster just snatched the lead, moving ahead. 4-3. The top 10 battle has definitely looked like the expected result so far. He's just completely untouchable right now, keeping the pressure on for another round. His superior overall rank is starting to show through here. Ignis manages to secure a victory from the ramp, keeping the gap narrow. That head-to-head deficit makes these close games a real grind. Absolute chaos now as they sit tied at 5 apiece. He really is fighting uphill against that overall head-to-head deficit. Aster secures his advantage from that ramp, putting himself in a great spot heading into the final stretch of the half. We're locked at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, the expected dominance just isn't showing up yet. Aster really needed that 3-round burst to keep pace with Ignis in this set. Let's see who blinks first. Ignis pulls ahead by 1 after a huge round. He's managing to keep up with the higher rated player in this set. Ignis has really flipped the script here after that dominant 13-4 win in their most recent encounter. It is a stark contrast to the overall history where Aster has typically controlled these matchups. Now we just have to see if Aster can actually hold this momentum. He's just simply too sharp right now, continuing this hot streak with a perfect shot. A quick response from Aster, getting a clean victory here. He's definitely leaning into that superior rank on the ladder. Ignis is putting on a real clinic, managing to shut Aster down right as he tried to push from the ramp. He's practically staring down the finish line now after that swift trade. A tough spot for the guy expected to walk away with this. And that's it. Ignis closes out the series with a strong finish to take the victory. The map history just didn't matter today as he completely dismantled Aster's game plan in the end. Aster has a historically dominant win rate of 68% on this map. You can tell he's feeling comfortable with the angles early on. He's already got a strong lead in their head-to-head history, and right now he's looking very confident. Aster barely scrapes by, with a narrow win from the ramp to take a 2-1 lead. The ranking gap is showing early on. Aster is just too quick right now, shutting Ignis down even with the ramp advantage. Expected dominance from the higher seed so far. Unbelievable! Ignis survives a brutal exchange on the ramp to close the gap. Ignis looks to keep those recent head-to-head victories coming. What a fight! Aster just barely keeps his composure to knock him off the ramp. He's definitely playing to his seat in this one. Both players were fighting for the high ground here, but Aster manages to clear the ramp once again. His head-to-head lead is really starting to tell. He's just untouchable right now, effortlessly extending his lead to 6-2. Ignis manages to claw one back and put a dent in that momentum. Aster shuts him down from below and keeps the pressure on with that 7-3 lead. He's definitely the one to beat in this bracket. Ignis has actually won 3 of their last 5 meetings. It's an interesting shift because Aster has historically been so reliable in this pairing. I mean, the overall lead in their head-to-head doesn't seem to be bothering Ignis today. We'll see if he can keep chipping away at that 7-4 gap. We've got a 7-5 lead for Aster going into the break. Honestly, it's a surprise to see the betting favorite trailing. Aster is playing the role of the underdog well, and he's really utilizing that map edge today. Ignis is showing some serious grit, shutting that down completely to bring the score to 6-7. It is starting to look like a true toss-up now. Aster reacts quickly to pull Ignis off the ramp and regain control of the game. He definitely knows how to handle the pressure when he's playing from behind. Aster is making a really strong push here, refusing to let Ignis get back into the series. He's really asserting that gap in the ladder right now. Aster is completely taking over now, putting up 3 straight to stretch his lead. The gap between their ratings is really starting to show here. He's simply too sharp right now, continuing this tier with another effortless win. Ignis finds his mark from the ramp to halt that momentum. Ignis is really trying to lean on those recent victory vibes. That was a rapid exchange, leaving Aster just 1 victory away from the win. What a way to close it out! Aster secures the victory with an effortless final burst. He's just fundamentally too consistent today. Ignis really tried to fight back, but he couldn't keep up with that pace. Aster enters this match with a strong 74% win rate here. It's a significant advantage given that he's already starting the map with a lead. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can close that gap. We've got a dead heat now with Ignis and Aster tied. The higher rated side of this pair will want to answer back immediately. Aster takes a slim lead with 2 rounds banked. His 23-14 run today is translating into a great start. Aster is looking really comfortable out there, picking up these rounds in no time. The higher ranked player is definitely asserting his will here. Aster barely holds the edge as we hit round 5. He's pushing through as one of the most active players today. Ignis is trailing by 2 as we enter round 6. The higher seeded player is showing exactly why he holds that top 15 spot. Aster is really putting his historical superiority on display with that dominant 114-85 head-to-head lead. It's clear he's using that confidence to sail or outpace Ignis in this series. We're seeing a real mismatch in momentum right now. He's just too fast right now, adding another one to the streak. He's certainly doing his part for those ranking expectations today. Ignis earns a fast point here, putting an end to that run. The underdog has definitely shown he can trade blows here. Aster keeps a 3-round cushion heading into 11. He's finally making use of that experience from their earlier series. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's defying the pre-match labels by keeping the pressure on Ignis. We'll see if the favorite can flip the script in the second half. Let's see who takes the momentum. A tough exchange here, but the grit from Ignis is paying off as he stays aggressive. The pressure is really mounting on Aster now. Aster maintains a 2-round buffer as we move forward. His higher placement on the ladder is starting to show. Aster still holds a healthy 3-point lead here. The higher seed is looking incredibly sharp today. Absolute precision from Aster, who shuts down any hope of a comeback for his opponent. That's an unbelievable sequence for him, as the momentum completely swings back in his favor. Another fast reaction, and Aster puts his opponent back on the ropes to reach match point. Simply too clean of a run for the top seed right now. Ignis secures a fast one to delay the inevitable. A timely response for the underdog in a high-stakes moment. What a finish! Aster closes it out right there to claim the victory. He really knew how to handle this map today, just keeping it tight and efficient throughout. Aster currently holds a 57% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a clear psychological advantage that we're seeing a lot of right now. Ignis has struggled recently against him, so we'll see if he can find a way to shift the momentum. Ignis is just punishing anything that peeks, quickly taking out Aster from the ramp. Ignis just wipes the floor with him on that ramp and pushes the lead to 3-1. It's an unexpected start for the favorite. He's simply untouchable right now, extending that streak to 4 rounds. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure right now. He is simply outclassing everyone in his path, picking up another effortless victory. It's a tough spot for the top-ranked player here. Absolutely stifling. He just refuses to let Aster get a single shot off. The higher-rated player is looking completely lost in this map. Aster finally answers back to keep this match reachable. Coming off those 2 straight losses, he really needs this win. Ignis is just completely controlling the pace right now, holding the high ground on that ramp to widen the gap. A rough run of form for Ignis lately, but he's looking sharp here. Aster usually finds his way through these encounters with a 68% lifetime win rate. It's making this current struggle even more shocking. The gap between them on the ladder is starting to feel irrelevant right now. Ignis is just cruising along with a massive 8-3 lead. The lower seeded side is fighting to bridge this gap. Ignis leads 9-3 heading into the break. Well, the favorite is putting on a clinic here. He's completely erased any doubt, using that 6-round streak to firmly establish control over the map. Aster needs a serious wake-up call. Aster claws back a bit, but Ignis still sits comfortably at 9-4. He's finally playing up to his superior seed. Ignis is just relentless, pushing it to 10-4. He's truly shaking off those recent losses against his opponent today. Ignis is just simply refusing to let Aster get any momentum going back into this second half. Aster just completely shuts him down on that ramp, preventing another quick burst of rounds from Ignis. He's definitely showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Aster is starting to claw his way back into this, proving he can trade blows with the best of them. The higher rated man is finally beginning to assert himself. He's on fire now, putting together a trio of straight victories to close that gap. He is certainly making the most of his higher standing on the ladder. A huge stop for Ignis, putting him on the verge of victory. A tough way to end things for the higher ranked man. Aster manages to carve his way through, picking the opponent off the container to extend this fight. That was a clean read from the side of the favorite. What a way to close it! He survives a fierce exchange to claim the final round and the series. He's really turning the tide in this series. It's a massive mental shift for him after those first 2 losses today. What a turnaround! Aster starts strong here, picking Ignis right off the ramp to take the lead. Ignis comes through with the cleaner shot here, quickly cleaning up Aster from the ramp. The higher rated player is feeling the pressure early. Ignis is really putting on the pressure now, utilizing the ramp to build a solid early cushion. A tough spot for the favorite to be in this early. What a scrap! He barely escapes that trade with a sliver of health to even things up. He's definitely proving why he's held the high rank lately. Ignis has a slim lead moving into round 6. He's really fighting against that historical head-to-head deficit today. Ignis is just too quick today, consistently using that ramp to keep Aster on his heels. He's simply not letting up, taking another round from the ramp to extend the streak. He's really erasing that historical deficit in this series. Aster answers back instantly with a complete shutout to keep things interesting. He is starting to look more like the favorite now. Aster easily knocks him off the ramp, continuing this impressive push to stay in it. He's looking completely locked in right now. Aster is simply refusing to let the lead slip, bringing the score back to an even split. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Unbelievable grit from Aster to outlast him in that slugfest and keep the roll going. He's just putting on a clinic to close out the half. We're all square at 6-6. This is exactly how the match was projected to start. Both players are trading heavy exchanges, and honestly, it's a toss-up who takes the next map. Time to see who blinks first. Aster is showing a lot of heart, continuing to climb back into this fight. The top-seeded player is finally asserting control here. And we are deadlocked again at 7 apiece. Ignis edges ahead again, reclaiming a one-round advantage. He really is shaking off the historical disadvantage today. He's simply on fire, utilizing the window to keep his momentum surging. The higher seeded player is really struggling to keep his composure. Another quick snapshot and he's just completely taking over this half. That's a huge shift from how their matches usually look. Aster manages to hold that run, showing a lot of grit to stay in this contest. A critical moment for the veteran to dig in. Ignis is really putting a stranglehold on the pace here, making it very difficult for Aster to find a way back. A bit of a struggle for the player sitting higher on the ladder. A sharp response from Ignis, putting himself just one step away from victory. He's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome today. Aster nails that shot to drop him off the ramp, preventing an immediate end to the game. Game over! Ignis shuts the door with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really fought his way through this set to get the result. A huge statement win for the lower seeded player. Aster is stepping into this series with a strong 68% win rate on this map. He has generally looked more comfortable in this specific environment throughout the season, and it looks like that confidence is translating into some very clean early rounds. He's absolutely taking over this early phase, moving to a 3-0 lead with 0 damage taken. Absolutely crushing it right now. That's a 4th straight for Aster. Ignis finally finds his mark and cuts that run short. He's showing some real grit, taking down his opponent for another straight round. The gap is closing faster than expected for the favorite. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, securing 3 straight to put Aster on the defensive. Aster answers back immediately to reclaim a 2-round cushion. He's definitely playing like the favorite tonight. He keeps the pressure up from the wine, refusing to let Aster pull away further. It's becoming an absolute grind to separate these two. What a scramble! Ignis barely survives to level the series at 5-5. Another narrow escape for him as we approach the break. Aster just nudges ahead to claim a slim 6-5 lead. The higher rated man manages to stay on top for now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's surprising to see Ignis trailing given the expectations. He'll need a cleaner second half if he wants to avoid the upset here. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. Aster really seems to have a psychological grip on this rivalry, holding a commanding 115-87 lead in their overall head-to-head. It's clear that historical dominance is playing a huge role in how he's closing out these rounds. He's looking very composed as he extends this lead. Aster is pulling way ahead now at 9-6. That was lightning fast. He drags Aster right off the wine to keep this rally alive. He's completely rewritten the momentum in the last few minutes. He's simply too strong right now, bringing the total to 8-9 and refusing to back down. A quick response from Aster to hold that run. He's feeling far more consistent than his recent ladder form suggests. He just keeps hammering away, refusing to let that lead stretch any further. The underdog is showing some serious resolve under the pressure. Aster is managing to stay a step ahead as he secures a 2-round advantage. Aster holds his ground on the wine to put himself just 1 step away from victory. His superior rank is starting to feel like a wall. What a finish. He takes the final round with an effortless shot to close out the series. He really proved why he's higher in the standings, keeping his head cool whenever things started to swing back and forth. Aster holds a significant all-time advantage with a 68% win rate. It's a huge cushion of confidence that likely explains why he's looking so sharp early on. We'll see if that gap in experience keeps him in control. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another flawless round to go up 3-0. He's certainly playing the part of the favorite right now. He's simply untouchable right now, securing his 4th straight without taking a single point of damage. Ignis has had a tough run over the last 24 hours. A fierce exchange on the ramp, and he comes out on top to extend the lead to 5. It's a complete reversal from those early maps we saw today. Finally, Ignis gets a round on the board. It's worth noting his ranking sits a bit higher on the ladder. Ignis is starting to put some real pressure on Aster after that strong play from the ramp. That momentum shift really counters the odds coming into this series. Unreal, he barely survives that chaotic brawl to take down Aster from the ramp. A tough look for the frontrunner to give up this many in a row. Aster responds immediately, putting him right back in the driver's seat with a clean shot of the ramp. He's refusing to back down, digging in to claw back another round. Expectations were high for him, but that lead is starting to feel shaky. Absolutely wild, he claws through the damage to narrowly survive and keeps the momentum swinging his way. That's an incredibly slim margin to barely pull through. We're deadlocked at 6 all heading into the break. I mean, this is a total toss-up. Ignis is fighting back hard despite Aster having a significantly higher overall win percentage. Time to reset and restart. Aster just edges ahead with a narrow 7-6 lead. He's really asserting his dominance in the head-to-head today. What a response! He catches a clean shot from the ramp to even things up at 7 all. The underdog is proving remarkably resilient in this series. Aster barely scrapes by to take an 8-7 lead. He's been fighting hard today with 23 wins already. A completely effortless round here to bring the score perfectly even. Absolute deadlock now as both players refuse to blink. A tough clash right there on the ramp, and Aster is the one who walks away. He's definitely putting that higher rating to use right now. Aster is really capitalizing on his huge historical lead of 116 wins in their head-to-head. The confidence seems to be flowing his way now that he's grabbed this lead. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this streak going. What a clash! He barely scrapes through that scramble on the ramp to take a commanding lead. The momentum is shifting back to the higher-seeded player. The gap is closing as we enter the final stretch. He's staying composed and keeping the scoreline tight. That was a total war of attrition, but he survives the exchange to put himself 1 round away from victory. A clean display of why he entered as the favorite. And that's it. Aster closes the door on the match with a final decisive strike. Ignis put up a huge fight, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. He's going to be gutted after that effort. What a battle. Aster takes the historic lead here with a 57% win rate in their head-to-head battles. Well, it's interesting to see how that long-term dominance is playing out today. I wonder if Ignis can actually overturn that trend. Absolutely crushing it right now. That's a perfect start to the set. Just a complete flip from how the rankings looked going in. The momentum has completely shifted as he just shut the door on any hope for a quick comeback. His current form is showing a huge improvement over those recent losses. He's just completely outclassing him right now, a total shutout. It's a stark contrast to those losses he suffered earlier today. Aster answers back with a quick headshot to get his first round of the set. The higher seed finally puts a point on the board. Aster's general win rate is nearly 70% over his career, and seeing him take control of the pace here suggests his superior skill ceiling is finally starting to show. We just have to see if Ignis can find a way to break this rhythm. Ignis is just running away with this 7-2 lead. This is a complete reversal of the expected outcome. Ignis is clearly the better player today, but Aster is refusing to just give up on this map. The rank 14 player is trying to claw back into this. Ignis is just dominating, holding a commanding 8-3 lead. Ignis holds a strong 9-3 lead going into the break. Honestly, he is playing exactly like the favorite he was pegged as. Aster is struggling to keep up with the pace right now. Time for Aster to wake up. Aster finally earns a bit of breathing room at 9-4. His recent 23-15 run over the last day is showing. Ignis just pushed his lead further to 10-4. A tough spot for him, having already dropped 2 maps to this opponent today. Aster is really digging in here, refusing to let the scoreline get any further out of hand. Aster narrows it down, but Ignis still leads 10-6. He is finally starting to look like the favorite. Ignis is making it very difficult for his opponent to build any real momentum here. He is really proving that those rank gaps don't always matter. He's back in control, and now he's just a single round away from victory. A surprising result given how Aster has played in the past. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to close out the series. A really impressive showing here to flatten that head-to-head gap. He's officially shaking off those earlier losses in a big way. Esther has the historic edge here with a 74% win rate on this specific layout. It's a stark contrast to how their matches usually go, though the overall head-to-head is quite close. We'll see if that map familiarity keeps him in control. Aster is simply untouchable right now, moving his score to 3-0 with an incredibly clean sequence. Wow, what a fight! Ignis claws one back after nearly being wiped out, finally pushing his opponent off the ramp. A much needed shift for the underdog to keep things interesting. He's showing real grit, keeping his head high to secure a second straight win. The a priori favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. Aster stabilizes the game at 4-2 after that lapse. Hard to ignore the gap in their overall ladder positions. Aster currently holds a significant lead in their overall rivalry, having won 117 matches against the 88 we've seen from Ignis. It seems that historic confidence is translating well into this specific series. He's simply making his quality felt early on. He's continuing the surge, showing real persistence as the gap narrows. He's definitely not playing like the clear favorite in this stretch. Absolute perfection by Ignis, evening the set at 5-5 after simply overpowering his opponent. Another fast outplay puts the momentum firmly in his hands as we approach the break. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, things are playing out just as we expected. He's managing to keep a steady lead despite Aster's strong map history. Let's see how Esther handles the swap. Ignis keeps the pressure on, holding a slim 7-6 lead. Expectations were high for him, and that skill level is showing. He's taking full control now, securing another victory to move ahead in the count. The rating difference is starting to show in the clutch. What a nail-biter! He survives with a sliver of health to keep this run going. The rank 14 seed is definitely finding his footing in the match. He is simply refusing to let up, extending his streak to 5 consecutive rounds. His performance today mirrors the dominant display against Ignis on Redline. Simply unbelievable. He's now claimed 6 straight rounds to bring the tally to 11-7. Finally, a break in the run for Ignis to get back into this. The gap between their rating levels is barely noticeable right now. He's refusing to back down, securing another flawless round to close the distance. A quick response there, showing he's completely awake. He is on fire now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to keep this rally going. He's completely erased that deficit, pulling it level after 4 straight victories. A sharp stop to that rally, and now Esther is just 1 point away from victory. Absolutely incredible grit from Ignis to bring us all the way into overtime. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he somehow emerges from the wreckage to take a 13-12 lead. What a way to seize the advantage coming into the final stretch. Another effortless exchange. And Ignis keeps this incredible charge going by picking him off the ramp. A completely different pace from the others we've seen. Absolute power play from Ignis, who is now just a single round away from closing this out. The underdog is putting on a total clinic in the final moments. Unbelievable, he completes the reverse sweep to secure the victory. Just an unbelievable display of nerve in overtime. He completely overturned the odds today, shaking off that map disadvantage to pull it off. What a series! Aster comes out fast, catching Ignis completely exposed on the ramp for that first point. Aster is simply too quick right now, taking total control of the opening. Expectations were high for the favorite, and he's delivering right now. Absolutely ruthless, he didn't even break a sweat on that one. A very dominant start for the higher ranked side. And Ignis answers back, plugging a shot right into the ramp to deny his opponent. The underdog is finally starting to push back. Aster has a substantial history of success here, with a 66% win rate on this map, and that comfort really shows in his composure. It's a stark contrast to his recent overall form, where he's actually been struggling quite a bit. I wonder if he can keep this momentum going. Aster just needed one quick flick to shut down Ignis on that ramp. He's definitely playing like the A-side favorite here. What a fight! Both players were trading huge damage, but he barely scraps through to secure another win. That's a scary close call for him. Aster holds a strong lead, sitting comfortably at 6-3. The lower seed is definitely trying to make a move here. Aster is cruising, now sitting on a 7-3 lead. He's definitely holding his own after those losses earlier today. Ignis manages to shut him down on the ramp and begins to chip away at that lead. A decent showing today so far, staying right in the thick of it. Aster holds a narrow 7-5 lead. He's definitely capitalizing on his map advantage right now. The favorite is struggling to keep pace, but Ignis is still very much in the fight. Time to see who blinks first. He keeps the pressure on, refusing to let the underdog slide back into the distance. The gap in skill level isn't showing as much as the ranking suggested. Ignis has been the dominant force in their recent head-to-head meetings. It's surprising to see that historical edge not translating as strongly in this particular map. Aster just needs to hold on to this lead to keep the momentum in his favor. He's practically dancing on a knife's edge with those health totals. Aster is extending the lead to a commanding 10-7. His raw skill advantage is really staring Ignis in the face. That was an effortless piece of aiming from Ignis, who continues to narrow this gap. Aster just needs a couple more rounds to put this all behind him.
The 16th ranked player is really exerting his will here.
He puts an immediate stop to that surge, putting himself just one step away from victory. What a scramble! He barely edges out the win after nearly falling, extending the game by just a few health points. Absolute perfection from the window to close it out. Aster secures the map victory. He's really shaking off those earlier losses from today and looks far more like his usual self in this series. Aster holds a significant historical advantage here with 118 total wins over Ignis. The head-to-head numbers suggest a clear disparity in how these two play against each other. I wonder if Ignis can actually flip the script today. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's playing like the favorite we expected him to be. Ignis is starting to look really uncomfortable here, barely getting a chance to breathe. He's just completely taking over the server right now. He's consistently outperforming his rating right now. He's just untouchable right now, making it 4 straight for the favorite. He just cannot find an answer for this, and a 5th straight puts him in a deep hole. It's starting to look like a mirror of that last series on Fast Aim. Just completely overwhelming. He keeps the streak rolling to 6 straight. He's really capitalizing on the gap in their ladder rankings today. He's just on another level right now, pushing the count to 7 straight. A tough start for the number 23 seed today. Finally a response from the challenger, putting a stop to that brutal run. A glimmer of hope for the 23rd seed. Aster has put up an impressive 24-15 record over the last day. Well, that high volume of success is clearly translating into confidence here. It'll be tough for Ignis to shake that off. Aster takes a commanding 10-2 lead going into the break. I mean, he's absolutely crushing the expected script here. Ignis looked completely lost while Aster leaned on that strong 68% map win rate. Aster is just way too fast for him right now, ending that exchange in less than a second. He's really putting his rank 14 status on display today. Ignis needs a strong push right now if he wants to stay in this. His overall win rate shows he's no stranger to these fights. A quick reflex snap, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. It feels almost inevitable seeing the gap in their experience levels. A huge stop for the challenger, but Aster still stands on the edge of victory. He still has a mountain to climb regardless of that response. He's keeping his composure here, grabbing another clean round to delay the inevitable. He is showing a lot of fight for someone in this position. Incredible, he manages to claw back another one and is really heating up now. Another absolute shutdown from Ignis, keeping that streak alive despite the pressure. He is simply refusing to go away, completing a 5-round tier to push this deep into the map. That was an incredibly tight exchange to seal the round. And there it is, Aster shuts the door on the challenger and secures the victory. Ignis really fought back from the brink there, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. He put up a hell of a fight, tough loss for him. Aster enters this map with a convincing 64% win rate. It really highlights his comfort here, which explains why he's managed to secure most of their recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can break that trend today. He pulls off another clutch outplay, popping Ignis right off the box to go 3 straight. He's simply too fast, securing another victory from the box to keep this perfect start going. Absolutely unstoppable right now, adding a 5th straight to the total. The head-to-head history really favors that side of the map. Finally, some resistance from Ignis, who manages to secure his first point of the game. He's fighting hard after those 2 losses to Aster earlier. Aster is sitting on a huge historical lead with 119 wins over Ignis in their career meetings. It's a stark contrast to the current momentum we're seeing. Now, the pressure is on Aster to shut this down before Ignis builds a real lead. An absolutely effortless shot to put him in control of the game's pace. He claims another one from the box, extending his lead to 6-4. Just adding to his strong run against this opponent today. Aster pulls further ahead, now leading 7-4. Exactly what we expected from the top-seeded guy today. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Ignis was supposed to be the stronger pick here, but he's looking completely outclassed. He really needs to shake things up if he wants to claw back into this. Time to see a response. Aster is just cruising along with a 9-4 lead. His recent success against Ignis is really starting to show. Ignis claws one back, but Aster still leads 9-5. A tough spot for the 14th ranked guy to be in. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with a sliver of health. Pure heart to survive that on a thread. He's on fire now, securing a rapid 3rd straight to keep this rally alive. He quickly recovers his footing to put the score at 10-7. He's really putting that rank advantage to use right now. Just adds to his overall success in these head-to-head meetings. He completely dismantles that attempt to hold the high ground, and now he's just 1 step away from closing this out. Ignis manages to find a crucial answer, keeping his hopes alive just as the finish line was in sight. Unreal! He survives by a hair to close out the series right here. He really kept the pressure on throughout. It's a dominant way for him to keep a firm grip on this rivalry. Esther holds a significant lead with 120 total wins in their head-to-head history, but the dynamic is shifting quickly today after he just swept 3 matches against Ignis. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries him through the rest of this series. Ignis strikes back, holding a slim 2-1 lead. The higher seed isn't finding any answers early on. Aster manages to lock it back down from the ramp, keeping things completely deadlocked. Ignis is now just 1 step ahead, leading 3-2. Really fighting the trend, considering those losses in their earlier matches. And just like that, Aster forces a clean 3-all tie. That's certainly playing into the expected outcome for the higher ranked player. Ignis is really putting up a fight here, keeping the pressure high and refusing to let Aster pull away. He's really holding his own despite the rankings gap. We're completely reset now, with both Aster and Ignis sitting at 4. A bit of a late search for the number 14 seed. Ignis regains the upper hand, pushing it to 5-4. A tough way for him to start the day after those recent struggles. Neither of these guys is giving an inch, and these rounds are flying by. A very tight battle for someone sitting 10 spots higher on the ladder. Aster claws back the lead, edging it to 6-5. That was an incredibly clean exchange. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's really leaning into that map advantage right now. Ignis is fighting back, but the lower seed is comfortably in control of the pace. Let's see if Ignis can rally. Aster has an impressive 26-14 run today. It's basically the perfect foundation for this sudden burst of momentum. He's finally asserting that dominance we expected to see from the start. He's putting up a real fight here, continuing this recent charge to keep the game close. Ignis is definitely finding his confidence in these fast exchanges. He's proving why he's rated higher on the ladder. Aster pulls ahead again and now sits at 10. Aster is really making his lifetime lead in this matchup felt. Another rapid reaction from the ramp, and he's officially taken over this game. Ignis clears him out from the red to get back on the board. The number 24 seed is clawing back into this. He's keeping the pressure on, proving he can withstand this push from the favorite. The gap in the rankings is starting to look irrelevant. He shuts everything down by picking Ignis off the ramp, moving himself to match point. Total control when it matters most. Ignis manages to secure another round, refusing to let this match slip away. Ignis is showing some serious grit to stay in the fight. That's it. Aster seals the deal with a perfect shot to close out the game. Ignis really pushed him to the absolute limit, making him sweat for every single point in that one. What a fight! Aster generally holds a significant advantage with a 74% win rate on this specific map, but his last few encounters with Ignis have been surprisingly close. It will be interesting to see if that historical edge actually translates into a lead today. Ignis is clinical, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. That follows a tough stretch for the number 25 seed. Ignis is putting on a real statement early here, putting some distance between himself and Aster. A huge turnaround from his last few losses to the number 14 seed. Ignis is absolutely rolling with a 4-1 lead. What a shot! Aster wipes the slate and shows some real grit to claw back into this. He is completely untouchable right now, making this a much tighter race. The underdog might be starting to fade here. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit to tie things up. The favorite is finally finding his footing in this set. A quick flick from Ignis takes control of the round. This is a tough spot for the number 14 seed. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with a win rate of 68% across his entire career. And honestly, the fact that he's currently trailing suggests the pressure of being the favorite is weighing on him. It will be tough to see if he can flip the script before the halftime break. We go into the break, tied up at 6-6. I mean, the underdog is proving he belongs in this conversation. Now we see if that momentum continues after the side switch. Let's see who blinks first. A totally clean exchange as he claims the lead, continuing his impressive surge back into this game. It's a crucial moment for the higher ranked player to step up. We're deadlocked at 7 apiece for a total stalemate. The momentum shift is real, regardless of what the head-to-head suggests. He's showing impressive resolve here, reclaiming the lead with a lightning-fast response. A completely effortless trade, and he just keeps piling on the pressure. The seed difference is starting to feel very apparent. Aster just sneaks ahead to claim a slim 9-8 advantage. The struggle is real for the number 25 seed today. Ignis strikes back, and we are back to a dead heat at 9-all. It's a complete reversal of their previous meetings today. He was a hair away from disaster there. A completely clean look from him, doubling his lead and continuing this strong run. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, keeping himself right in the mix as we head toward the finish line. Ignis is on fire right now, completely flipping the script in this final stretch. It's a complete flip from their most recent series of encounters. He just needs one more to close this out after a huge fight back. The higher seed is finally staring down a victory. What a finish! Aster survives a total war on his way to victory, securing the map in a heart-stopping finale. Ignis played his heart out to force a tight finish, but his resilience just wasn't quite enough. He fought for every inch of this map. What a battle! What a scrap! Aster clings to life with a sliver of health to take the opening round. Ignis keeps his composure and shuts him down from the ramp to even things up. He's fighting hard to close that rating gap on the ladder. Aster usually dominates this matchup with a 58% win rate over the long haul. It's surprising to see him falling behind so early today, despite the historical edge. We have to see if he can actually shift the momentum back in his favor. Ignis is really cooking, leading 3-2. Ignis is definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder today. He's just lightning fast right now. These rounds are ending in the blink of an eye. He's really defying the odds makers today. Ignis holds a slim lead, currently sitting at 4. He's really trying to pull back those previous losses from earlier today. Ignis is just relentless, extending his cushion to 5. Aster is starting to claw his way back into this one, narrowing the gap to just a single round. He's had the upper hand in most of their encounters. Aster is currently in a rough patch, despite a very strong overall win rate of 68%. This is a surprising shift in momentum since he's essentially dominated their most recent encounters. He'll need to find some stability before this slides too far away. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, the favorite is currently carrying his weight and controlling the pace exactly as the analysts expected. Time to swap sides. A huge statement from Aster, completely outclassing his opponent to tighten the score. The top-ranked player is finally waking up. Unreal. He barely survives that chaos to level the score at 7-all. That is some nail-biting movement on the fly. Ignis claims the lead once more, pulling ahead 8-7. Total deadlock now, as he forces a tie in this series. The pressure is mounting for a player who's usually so consistent. He just cannot be stopped right now, moving into the lead as he continues this incredible surge. The higher seeded player is definitely finding his gear. He's on fire. A completely untouched strike extends that run to 3 straight. That was an absolute blink and you miss it exchange. He's absolutely cruising now, picking up another clean round to keep this massive momentum swing going. He's simply not letting go, securing yet another perfect round to put himself in a position to end this. What a finish! He closes the door on this match with a stunning turnaround victory. He just completely erased that early deficit to seal the deal. Ignis put up a fight, but he's just running into a wall today. Ignis is currently playing at a high level, coming into this series with a strong 12-3 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to Aster, who's been fighting an uphill battle in these recent matches. We'll see if that confidence continues to pay off here. Aster's really cooking now, holding a commanding 2-1 lead. Aster comes into this as the heavy favorite with a 68% win rate on this map. It's a big contrast to Ignis, who is currently enduring a 7-match losing streak. We have to see if the historical gap between these two will actually play out today. Ignis is surging ahead, taking a 2-1 command. He's definitely looking to repeat those dominant numbers from earlier today. Ignis is making this look easy, consistently reacting just a split second faster. Ignis has the momentum now, leading 3-2. He's already taken 3 matches away from this opponent today. Ignis is just a runaway train right now, leading 4-2. He's really shaking off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Aster currently leads the all-time head-to-head battle, 124-89. Well, it's becoming a real problem for him since that historical cushion is doing absolutely nothing to slow this momentum. He's simply not finding any answers for Ignis right now. He's simply not letting up, putting a huge 5-round gap between himself and the opponent. Ignis maintains a firm 3-round grip at 7-4. The momentum is shifting toward the man ranked 13th on our ladder. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly how the analyst expected the first half to go. He is holding his own comfortably despite the historical disadvantage. Time for the switch. Ignis is still firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. A surprising turnaround considering the results from their other games today. Ignis is closing in, pushing the lead to 9-5. It is a shocking flip from their last 3 encounters today. Aster is starting to chip away at that lead, refusing to let this match slip away completely. Ignis is looming large now with a 3-round lead. The ladder gap hasn't stopped the underdog today. Ignis is just relentlessly efficient right now, leaving almost no room for any error. The pace of these exchanges is just blistering. We're seeing rounds decided in under a second now. The momentum is swinging and Aster is starting to look like the favorite again. Another quick hit. He's completely taken control of the pace here. The higher ranked player is finally asserting himself. Incredible! He has completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even at 11 apiece. Absolutely ice-cold composure to force this deadlock. Ignis holds his ground and secures a vital edge, moving himself to match point. He simply had to get this one to keep his lead. What a response. He forces a total deadlock at 12-12, pushing this entire series into overtime. A huge fight from the underdog, but the pressure is mounting. We've officially hit a total stalemate. It is anyone's game now moving forward. Ignis is really putting the pressure on here, moving just one step closer to closing this out. Just sheer precision from him in these final moments. Absolutely unbelievable. Ignis closes it out with a flawless finish to claim the series. He really fought through a massive mountain of doubt today to secure that win. Just an incredible way to break that losing streak. What a fight! Aster holds a massive lead in their overall head-to-head history, winning over 58% of their encounters, but Ignis has the psychological edge right now after coming off a victory in their most recent map. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can regain that dominance today. Ignis is surging ahead with a 2-1 cushion. He's certainly looking the part of the underdog today. Ignis is really putting the pressure on early, claiming 3 out of the first 4 here. Quite a contrast to his overall run through the league. Ignis is riding a huge wave, leading 3-2. He definitely has the statistical advantage on this map. Ignis is just dominating, pushing the tally to 4-2. It's a total flip of the expected script here. Aster has won nearly 70% of his last 10 matches, but that high recent form isn't translating to results in this specific server. It's starting to look like he's completely out of sync with the pace of this game. He is simply untouchable right now, extending that streak to 4. A shocking turn of events for the current favorite. A crisp response from Aster to halt that momentum. The higher rated player is finally starting to show some fight. Ignis is just run away with a commanding 8-3 lead. It's a tough run for a player who usually controls the map. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, everything is falling into place for the predicted winner. Aster really needs to wake up his aim if he wants to keep this series alive. Time for a total reset. Ignis is just cruising now, holding a massive 9-4 lead. He's definitely fighting to close the gap after those tough losses earlier. Aster clawed one back, but Ignis still leads 9-5. He's fought his way back from a tough loss earlier today. He's completely taken over this stretch, picking up another effortless round. A sharp contrast to those first 12 rounds. He's on fire. That makes 4 straight for the trailing player. The gap between their ladders doesn't seem to matter in this server. Unreal! He barely walks away from that scrap, but his incredible run now reaches 5 straight. He's finally showing why he entered this lobby as the favorite. Ignis shuts down that charge, moving back into a 2-round advantage. A real battle of nerves between these two. That was a lightning-fast exchange, and he's continuing to show some real grit in this comeback attempt. Ignis is keeping the pressure on, and he seems completely unfazed by the stakes here. Ignis handles the pressure perfectly to put himself in a position to end this series right now. His focus seems absolutely locked in right now. What a finish! Ignis shuts the door with a perfect round to claim the series. He really came out on top today, just a dominant display of speed and accuracy to earn that victory. Esther is sitting on a 73% win rate on this map. He's clearly a powerhouse in this environment though. He's actually fighting uphill after losing 2 of his last 3 games to Ignis. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn those recent losses into fuel for a strong series. He is simply on another level right now, taking complete control of the early game. He's just untouchable right now, moving into a huge 4-0 lead. The favorite is making this look effortless so far. Ignis finds the angle and picks him off from the ramp. He's showing a lot of confidence after those recent wins in their other matchups. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 5-1. He's really putting that ladder ranking into perspective. Aster has an overall record of 124-91 against his opponent. That lifetime dominance usually signals a landslide, but the recent momentum has shifted completely in the other direction. It's starting to look like we have a genuine battle on our hands. Unbelievable. He survives by a single point of health after a frantic exchange. Talk about a heart-stopping finish to that exchange. Absolute control here as Aster secures another one from the ramp. He's really starting to put those recent losses behind him. Ignis wins a tough battle from the ramp to keep things interesting. Still surprising a lot of the preseason projections right now. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, Ignis was supposed to be the stronger play here, but he's getting outclassed in every exchange. We might be looking at a total collapse from the favorite. Time to see if Ignis can wake up. Aster is just cruising now, holding a dominant 10-3 lead. That top 15 ranking is really starting to show. What a scramble! Ignis barely survives that shootout, clutching the win with a sliver of health. Ignis can't seem to find any consistency today. He just can't put together a consecutive string of wins. A complete shutdown of the attempt to rally, leaving the top seed just 1 round shy of victory. A rapid reaction from Ignis to keep this series alive. His confidence is definitely returning despite the steep deficit. He puts another point on the board with a lightning fast flick. He's definitely fighting with a lot more desperation now. Game over. He secures the final kill with total ease to close out the series. Just a complete statement win from that guy, proving he's still the king of the hill when it comes to this specific map. Aster holds a huge historical lead with 125 total wins over Ignis. He's definitely entered this match with the psychological upper hand. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually turn the tide today. Aster secures that vertical advantage, taking the fight from the box to stay right in this. The top 13 seed is finally starting to assert himself. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Ignis is hanging tough. A strong start today for that 13th ranked seed. Ignis claims the lead with a tight 3-2 score. Aster's just not letting him have any breathing room right now, and that high ground was a smart play. It's a clean slate for both of them as we move forward. Ignis keeps his narrow edge at 4-3. It's a real grind for the number 25 seeds today. Ignis is currently defying the rankings despite being the 25th seed. The struggle is clearly with Aster right now, who just can't find a way to halt this momentum. He'll need a huge response here to keep this from getting out of hand. He's just completely taken over right now, securing another effortless kill. He's absolutely cruising now, putting up another win to put Aster in a deep hole. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, everything is going according to plan for him. He used a strong 5-round run to firmly establish control over the match. Time for a total reset. Ignis manages to clear him off that box and he's really putting the pressure on now. An impressive performance from the lower ranked player today. Ignis is just dominating with a huge 9-5 cushion. His recent form should give him some confidence as he pushes back. Aster narrows the gap to 6-9 after a solid round. He's certainly pulling from that high overall win rate right now. He's just outclassing him right now, continuing this charge to shrink the gap. The favorite is finally starting to find his footing. He quickly shuts down that attempt to build momentum, keeping a comfortable 3-round lead. He's certainly playing the role of the spoiler today. Ignis is putting on a clinic here, making it look easy as he closes in on a victory. He's clearly shaken off the loss from their last encounter. Aster is fighting back with some really quick reactions to keep this contest alive. That is simply effortless. Ignis is now just a single round away from victory. And that's it. He secures the final kill to wrap up the match. It's a massive result for the underdog, completely flipping the script on the history between these two. Aster holds a strong historical advantage with 125 total wins over Ignis, but we have to remember that Ignis actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum carries forward. Aster is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. That was a lightning fast reaction to close out the round. Aster just shuts him down on the ramp, quickly extending that lead to 3 rounds. He's playing like a man who wants to reclaim his top 15 spot. Ignis answers back quickly to bring this to 3-2. A huge challenge for the 24th ranked player here. Aster just pulls away again to lead 4-2. He's currently outperforming his 14th spot on the ladder. Ignis is really digging in his heels, refusing to let Aster pull away with a comfortable gap. The underdog is showing some serious teeth today. And we're completely deadlocked at 4 apiece. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the pressure now. Ignis strikes from the window to secure a 3rd straight win. A completely different story compared to the regular encounters. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up another effortless victory to extend that run. Quite the turnaround for a player who usually struggles this much. He's completely taken over the server, shutting the door on Aster with a 5th straight win. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely playing his part as the favorite here. That 6-round surge shifted the energy completely in his favor. Aster needs a quick reset here. Aster is used to winning these bouts with a 68% overall success rate. It makes sense that he's starting to claw back now. It's just a matter of whether he can sustain this push to close the gap. He's refusing to go away, securing another round to chip away at that deficit. The pre-match odds certainly didn't account for a struggle like this. Ignis holds the advantage from the ramp, quickly shutting down that potential comeback. Goodness, both of them were shredded. Aster barely scraped through that exchange to keep the momentum shifting. He's definitely feeling the heat after that narrow escape. That is a perfect shot to keep the rally going, and he's firmly back in this. He's finally playing the part of the favorite. Ignis maintains a tight 2-round cushion at 10-8. Ignis has played a marathon of matches already today. Aster knocks him off the toolbox, continuing a tenacious effort to close this gap. He's proving why the community viewed him as the superior pick tonight. Aster finds his target on the ramp, bringing the score level at 10 apiece. He's found a way to force this into a dead heat. A brutal slugfest of a round, but he digs deep to finally secure a 1-round lead. Another clean victory for the frontrunner. Ignis answers right back to level the score at 11-all. He is really fighting through a tough set of matches today. Ignis finds a precise shot to knock him off the wall, putting the match on the line. Complete control from the defender right now. Unbelievable. He cleans up the exchange to force a dead heat, pushing this entire match into overtime. Aster just clears him off the window, keeping the pressure high as he continues this impressive climb. He looks completely composed right now. He holds the high ground on the ramp and puts the pressure on, keeping that streak alive. Total lockdown on that side of the map right now. A completely untidy trade for Esther as Ignis walks away without taking a single point of damage. Absolutely pristine. Aster puts himself on the verge of victory after that complete shutdown. He's really putting his higher seed to use in these final frames. Unbelievable. Aster stormed through for the final blow, completing an incredible comeback to take the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the experience finally paid off. Ignis put up a hell of a fight, but it wasn't enough to stop the bleeding in overtime. What a fight! Aster holds a strong historical lead here with a 58% win rate in their head-to-head clashes. And he's coming into this map with a significant statistical edge over Ignis. Now we just have to see if Ignis can find some answers to stop that momentum. Ignis is cooking now, leading the series 2-1. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. A total shutdown. He's now taking complete control of this early exchange. An unexpected turn of events for the higher ranked man. Aster responds immediately with a lightning fast snap to the head. Ignis is simply dominating, pushing a huge 4-2 lead. Ignis is putting on a real show for the 24th ranked man. Aster is clearly playing below his usual standard with that 68% lifetime win rate. Well, it's putting his composure to the test as the scoreline swings heavily in the other direction. He really needs to dig in now to avoid a total blowout. Ignis is just cruising along with a 6-3 lead. He's really capitalizing on this momentum right now. Aster is showing some real grit here, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The favorite is finally starting to claw his way back into this. Another perfect shot for Aster, keeping the pressure high as we head toward the switch. A very strong finish to a hard-fought half. Ignis goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly as you'd expect the favorite to. He held a steady grip on the pace, but Esther is close enough to flip this on the switch. Time to see the response. He's putting up a fight, comfortably securing another round to keep the pressure on. The momentum shift is feeling very real right now. The comeback is officially in full swing as he forces a dead heat at 7-7. The underdog is fighting back, refusing to be pushed around. Ignis barely keeps his narrow edge at 8-7. He's putting up a strong fight against a top 15 opponent. What a fight. He barely survives that brutal exchange to bring the series level at 8-8. Total chaos now, as every single point counts in this deadlock. The momentum stays firmly with the former underdog as he marches right into a 1-point lead. And we are tied up again, 9-9. A tight struggle for a guy who's played over 12,000 matches. Another flawless reaction, and he's now firmly in control of this contest. He's just not letting up, securing another point to put him in a strong position. The gap in skill is starting to show for the favorite. And just like that, we're back to a 1-point difference. Neither of these two is willing to let the other breathe. Ignis has completely seized control of the final stretch here, putting a serious dent in Esther's hopes. What a stunning turnaround. He's just 1 point away from closing this out. That was a lightning quick exchange to seize the lead. Unbelievable! Esther closes it out in style to complete an incredible comeback and take the series. He really dug deep to claw back from that deficit. Ignis gave him a real run for his money today. What a fight! Aster brings a huge historical advantage into this one with 127 head-to-head wins, and honestly he's been continuing that trend in their most recent clashes today. I'm curious to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that rhythm. Absolutely ruthless. He's outclassing his opponent right now, moving into a commanding lead. A lightning fast response there, proving that he's not going to just fold under the pressure. Still a tough climb for the underdog to bridge this gap. Aster is just dominating with a 4-1 lead. He is really capitalizing on that rank advantage right now. Ignis is showing some real grit here, keeping the pressure on as he claws his way back. Aster is in a strong position with a 25-16 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this specific matchup. He's really managing to keep the pressure high on his opponent right now. What a scramble! Ignis barely survives that firefight, clutching the round with just a sliver of health left. He's proving he can hang with a heavy hitter like Aster. Unreal. That was a desperate scramble, and he somehow survives with almost nothing left in the tank. Aster still firmly in control at 7-3. His recent performance against this opponent has been remarkably steady. Another quick exchange for the favorite, and he's really starting to pull away. Aster heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, he's completely defying the betting odds right now. He is playing with way more confidence than people expected coming into this one. New side, new energy. What a chaotic exchange. He almost goes down, but manages to secure the win in a desperate fight. That's another high-tension win for the frontrunner. Aster's just cruising along now with a 10-4 cushion. A tough sequence for someone who's normally the favored player here. What a wild fight. He somehow manages to come out on top, despite almost being wiped out. He's really defying the odds with that low HP clutch. He is simply too fast right now, securing a clean kill to move within striking distance of the finish. What a finish! He closes out the map and puts an end to this battle. He's just completely owning the map today. Ignis put up a fight early, but the gap in skill was just too wide. Aster enters this match with a strong 73% win rate on this particular map. I mean, that history is compounded by a complete dominant streak in their most recent meetings. It will be tough for Ignis to shake off that mental weight if the pattern continues. Ignis is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. A huge shift from those 3 straight losses we saw earlier. That was a lightning fast reaction from Aster to bring this back to a dead even split. Ignis takes a commanding 3-2 grip on this series. His ranking suggests he should be trailing, but he's playing a different game right now. Aster secures the trade from the ramp, and now we're right back to a dead tie. The higher rated player is definitely fighting back into the game. Aster really punished that position on the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. The gap between these two is really starting to show. He's simply too fast right now, extending his run to 3 straight. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to survive and push his lead to 6-3. He really seems to have the measure of his opponent today. He just can't be stopped, putting up another win to extend the streak to 5. He's just completely owning this series right now. Ignis finally claws one back to keep things interesting heading into the final round of the first half. An important look ahead for him before we hit the half. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, we're seeing a huge turnaround from the predicted outcome. Ignis is struggling to keep up while Aster continues to lean on his high overall win rate. Fresh start for both guys. He's continuing to dig in and fight, keeping this series well within reach. The pressure is really ramping up on the favorite now. Both players were trading heavy damage there, but he manages to hold on and level the score. He's definitely shaking the cobwebs off from those tough losses to Nox and Velos. He's on fire now, putting together a 3-round run to take the lead. A worrying swing for the man we expected to cruise here. Unbelievable. He's completely seized the momentum with 4 straight, and he looks untouchable right now. Another clean finish for Aster, who continues to put up a fight. The rating difference is definitely playing a role in this battle. And just like that, Ignis brings us back to a stalemate at 9 apiece. Both of these guys are deeply locked in for their final match today. A total shutdown from Aster, who is now firmly back in the driver's seat. His overall lifetime record is quite a bit better than his opponent's. The momentum has completely flipped as Aster extends his run to 4 straight. Ignis responds with a crisp finish, showing plenty of heart to keep his hopes alive. The underdog is showing a lot of resilience under this much pressure. Aster absorbs the damage, but finishes the job to secure a massive advantage. It's becoming clear why the pre-match odds were so heavily skewed. What a reflex! He denies the match closing round with a perfect shot. That was an incredibly fast exchange to stay alive. Absolute chaos! He forces the deadlock at 12-12, and we are headed straight into overtime. This is turning into a real battle of attrition. Neither side is letting the other breathe for long. The 13th spot on the ladder is proving too much today. He's simply refusing to back down, bringing this high-stakes battle back to a complete deadlock. He's just barely hanging on to a slim lead as the tension continues to build. His overall all-time record is a huge testament to his consistency. Ignis secures the kill from the box and continues this improbable charge back into the series. He's refusing to let this series slip away. Ignis holds the line from the ramp to reach match point. A sudden surge of confidence as he takes a lead. He's completely rewritten the script for this series. Esther strikes back, knocking Ignis right off the ramp to level things up again. Everything is back on the table now. The pressure really seems to be getting to him. Aster just barely edges ahead to a 16-15 lead. Ignis claws back and we're deadlocked at 16-all. Ignis barely edges ahead to a 17-16 advantage. A complete reversal from how we expected this match to go. Ignis pulls ahead to 18-16 with sheer grit. Ignis is really proving that those previous head-to-head losses were just a memory. Ignis is flying high now, sitting at 19-16. He just refuses to give an inch today. To dig deep and finally break that losing streak against Aster is just incredible. What a series. Unreal. Aster barely survives that frantic trade to take the early lead. Aster enjoys a huge map advantage with a win rate of 74% here. It makes a lot of sense why we're seeing such clinical accuracy from him early on. The question now is whether Ignis can find a way to disrupt this rhythm. Ignis is trailing by 2 and desperately needs this. He's definitely making a statement after that recent loss on Blame map. Ignis is really feeling the pressure now, as Aster seems to be pulling away quite quickly. He's definitely justifying that seed today. A total shutdown there, showing he's not going to crumble under the weight of this deficit. That was a quick cleanup to bring things closer. Esther holds a commanding 3-round lead heading into this. The higher rank is really asserting control here. Ignis refuses to back down, chipping away at that lead with a strong response. The underdog is starting to push back. Esther has dominated the long-term head-to-head, winning over 58% of their career matchups. It's really showing in his composure here as he holds the line. Ignis is clearly fighting an uphill battle to overcome that historical gap. Ignis is staying tenacious and refuses to let that gap grow. A quick exchange, but it was enough to keep things interesting. What a scramble! He manages to claw through that exchange and barely keeps his head above water. This looks a lot more like a toss-up than we expected. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, Ignis is really shaking off that underdog status by staying completely level here. He looked sharp during that 3-round run and is keeping this very competitive. Let's see who draws first blood. Aster nudges ahead by 1 in a tight clash. He's really bringing that number 14 ranking into play now. Aster grabs a cushion with an 8-6 lead. He's certainly making the most of his stronger day so far. Ignis just wins a gritty exchange to keep his momentum going. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to close this out. Absolutely effortless. He just wipes the slate clean and brings us dead even. That's exactly the type of resilience that puts the favorites on edge. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking full control of the map with another quick win. He's putting his recent form on full display right now. That was a wild scramble, but he comes out on top to tie the score. He's finally shaking off that recent loss from their last meeting. Aster takes the lead once more, moving to 10. He is certainly showing a higher ceiling today. He's firmly in the driver's seat now, putting together a huge 3-round surge. Ignis manages to survive a close trade to keep his comeback attempt alive. The gap in their skill level is barely noticeable at this point. Absolutely incredible! He's completely erased the gap and we are deadlocked at 11 apiece. Neither man wants to give an inch in this dead heat. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt and finds himself just 1 win away from victory. Unbelievable. He just forced the draw, sending this entire series into overtime. Absolute chaos to end regulation. Purely an effortless win for Ignis, who is continuing this fierce surge. He's looking completely unfazed by the pressure right now. What a brawl! He manages to scrape by with a sliver of health to bring the series back to a dead heat. Absolute nerves of steel to win that under such heavy pressure. A lightning-fast response to put him in the lead. He's really proving he belongs in this bracket. He's just completely in command, securing another victory to put himself 1 step from the win. Man, he is simply refusing to let the momentum shift back. What an ending. Ignis closes it out to secure the victory. He really fought through the storm to get this one, especially against someone who usually owns this map. Just a gutsy performance from the underdog. What a series. Esther is the clear favorite coming into this, especially with a strong 68% win rate here. The real story is his struggle lately. He's dropped 2 maps to Ignis in their most recent encounters, and you can tell it's starting to weigh on him. Ignis is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely showing that top 15 ranking now. Aster is starting to take control here, quickly erasing that early deficit. The higher seed is starting to assert his will here. A complete shutdown here. He's now picked up 3 straight. The momentum has shifted entirely toward the higher ranked player. A brutal exchange that nearly took both down, but he remains unstoppable now. He just can't find a way through a 5th straight round for Aster. He's showing exactly why he's sitting in that 14th spot right now. What a statement! Ignis just shut that door and finds a way to keep things competitive. Siding with the underdog is starting to look viable here. He's refusing to back down, putting up another strong fight to close the gap. Absolutely ice cold under pressure right now. Esther has a strong historical lead with a 58% head-to-head win rate over Ignis. Well, it's interesting because the underdog has actually taken the last few encounters. This is turning into a real battle of nerves as they head toward the halfway mark. We are all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated with a very close fight. Now, it's just a matter of who can hold the lead on the switch. Time to see who's sharper now. He just doesn't quit, securing a lightning fast lead with that clean headshot. Just a flashing second and he's gone. He's really starting to put a grip on this series. He's staying composed, taking a second consecutive round to extend his lead. He's proving to be the bigger threat in this matchup. Ignis edges ahead with a slim 1-round cushion. Both these players have been incredibly active throughout the day. Deadlocked at 8-all, this is a total toss-up. The higher rated player is starting to look more comfortable. He's refusing to let the lead slip, fighting back with a strong win to take the 9th round. This looks a lot like the last time they met. And now we're back to a stalemate, 9-9. It is a complete toss-up as they push toward the finish. He looks completely untouchable in this series of rallies, securing a clear advantage once again. He survives a tough exchange to keep the momentum rolling in his favor. The momentum has shifted away from the favorite entirely. The gap has closed again. It's anyone's game now as they enter the final stretch. He's finally playing like the higher seeded player in the mix. That was an effortless shot, leaving him just 1 round shy of the win. It's a tough spot for the favorite after that strong start. Unbelievable. Ignis storming back to take the series with a flawless final burst. Aster just can't seem to find an answer for him lately, despite having a much better history on this map. He really fought back, but the momentum just stayed put. What a battle! Ignis takes the opener from the ramp, showing a bit of his early power. Aster typically enjoys a 68% lifetime win rate, which speaks to his long-term consistency. Seeing him fall behind early is a bit surprising given his overall pedigree. Now it's a question of whether he can shake off the nerves. Aster shuts him down from the ramp, proving he can hold his ground. Still feels like the right call, making him the favorite. He's not going away easily, putting up another strong round to keep the score close. Complete reversal. He's wiped away that early deficit to bring us dead even. Everything is back to square one here. He's totally shifted the tide, claiming 4 straight to take the lead. The higher a seed is really putting on a clinic here. Just a total landslide now. He's won 5 straight to really pull away from the opposition. He is simply on another level right now, securing a 6th straight victory. He is really justifying that favorite tag right now. And Ignis draws more blood, showing some serious grit to keep this battle alive. He definitely has the confidence to pull this back. He's continuing this surge from the ramp, refusing to let the momentum swing back. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seed now. We're looking at a 6-6 deadlock, and honestly, it's exactly what we anticipated. Both players traded huge momentum swings, but Ignis is holding his own, despite Aster's strong history on this map. Time to reset and go again. Aster puts on a fast response here to regain the lead. He's clearly not letting that lead slip away. He secures the kill from the window, continuing his steady climb back into this match. The momentum is shifting exactly as the pre-match expectations suggested. Another quick one for Aster, who's now comfortably in control after a strong run. He's simply too strong right now, picking up another round to keep the pressure high. The timing on that final shot was just flawless. Unbelievable grit from Aster, clinging on with a sliver of health to secure another one from the toolbox. He's just completely iced the match from a high-pressure position. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange, moving just 1 step away from victory. He is absolutely refusing to give up a single inch right now. Unbelievable! Aster closes it out with a perfect round to secure the victory. He really put on a display of raw speed, catching the other guy out in under a second a few times today. Aster holds a significant career lead in their history, winning about 58% of their head-to-head encounters. He's clearly looking to solidify that dominance today. Let's see if Ignis can actually put a dent in that record. Ignis is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's playing with a lot more confidence than he did on fast aim. What a turnaround! He's completely shifted the momentum with 3 straight wins. A tough spot for a player currently ranked higher on the ladder. He's just completely unstoppable right now, taking his 4th straight round with ease. The higher rated player is really struggling to keep up here. Simply breathtaking. This is an absolute landslide as he secures his 5th straight round. Finally, a response from Aster, who closes that out effortlessly. He needed that one to stay competitive after that rough start. Ignis is really starting to tear through the matches today. He's outplayed the higher ranked opponent consistently over the last few rounds. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up, while Aster tries to salvage the map. He's completely shifted the balance of power, securing a commanding 8-2 lead. The favorite is looking completely lost on this side. He's just in a different league today, taking another one to keep that streak alive. He's really making his mark today, despite the overall ranking gap. Ignis heads into the break with a 10-2 lead. I mean, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Now we just have to see if Aster can flip the script after this rough start. Time for a total reset. Aster keeps the fight alive at 10-3. He definitely has the historical upper hand on this specific layout. Aster claws back one more to make it 10-4. Aster is definitely showing that superior rating with these quick reactions. Ignis just shuts the door on any hope of a comeback here. Despite being a powerhouse in the top 15, he's just outclassed here. A huge round for the leader, putting him just a single point away from victory. The gap in the ranking is barely showing in these exchanges. A swift response from the underdog, denying a quick victory and keeping the game alive. A flawless follow-up here, securing another round to stay in the game. A real shift in energy as he starts to push back. A total shutdown to secure his 3rd straight victory and keep the dream alive. The pressure is starting to mount on the current leader. What a heater! He's now taken 4 in a row to keep this contest alive. His top tier experience is really starting to show in this late game push. Unreal. He survives an absolute firefight to push this 5-round run even further. He's really digging in his heels to keep this series alive. That is it. Ignis secures the final blow to close out the series. He truly refused to back down, but that final surge was just too much to handle. He had a legendary response to fight back with, but he couldn't quite close the gap. What a match. Esther is currently sitting on a massive 72% win rate on this map. It's definitely surprising to see the favorite start on the back foot. Now we have to see if Esther can use that historical edge to claw back into this. He's just too fast, sweeping through the start of this game with 3 straight. He's completely taking over the server right now, moving a full step closer to double digits. Aster finally answers back, picking him off the ramp. The favorite is starting to wake up. Ignis holds a commanding lead, now sitting at 5-1. The lower rated player is putting on a show right now. Unbelievable! Aster claws back from the brink in an absolute war of attrition. Absolutely nails that, barely skating away with a sliver of health. The fight on the ramp ends in his favor as he keeps the pressure high. He's starting to look every bit the favorite now. Absolute control from the favorite, making it 3 straight to close that gap. Sensing a huge shift in energy as he locks back in. Ignis answers back quickly to keep the gap at 2. Ignis has actually been the one coming out on top in a few of their recent meetings. Esther has historically come out on top in 57% of their encounters. But that long-term advantage isn't doing him any favors right now. He's simply unable to keep pace with how aggressively Ignis is closing in on a victory. Ignis takes the 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is playing exactly as we predicted. He looked solid through that 4-round run and keeps the momentum on his side heading into the second half. Esther is really starting to make his presence felt, quickly punishing Ignis for playing that ramp angle. Aster really needs to dig deep if he's going to reverse this lead. Ignis is just relentless, now leading 9-5. He's definitely playing above his usual ranking right now. Aster earns a crucial point, bringing the tally to 9-6. His higher standing on the ladder usually gives him the edge. He's keeping his foot on the gas, taking this one without conceding a single point of damage. Another effortless point for Aster, who is completely dominating this exchange. The momentum has completely swung back into his hands. Ignis shuts that down instantly to stop the bleeding. He's proving incredibly stubborn, refusing to go away as he secures another clean point. Ignis uses the high ground to his advantage, securing a huge point from heaven. A real test of nerves for the higher seeded player right now. Ignis is practically knocking on the door now, just one step away from closing the match. The underdog is just refusing to break under the pressure. And that's it! Ignis shuts the door with a perfect final sequence to take the victory. He really threw the history book out the window for this one, completely disregarding that map advantage Aster usually enjoys. Esther holds a significant lead in their head-to-head record with 129 wins over the course of a few hundred encounters. I mean, it's really interesting because they've clearly established himself as the dominant force in this rivalry. Now we just have to see if Ignis can claw back the momentum. Esther is looking sharp today, capitalizing on that high ground to take a 2-round lead. Ignis keeps the pressure on utilizing that elevation to keep things deadlocked. A real battle for dominance early on. Aster is just one step ahead, leading 3-2. The higher rated player is putting his rank to good use. Aster's widening the gap, now commanding a 4-2 lead. The match is mirroring their historical trend on this map. These encounters are moving fast, both players are reacting instantly, and neither one is giving an inch. Ignis fights back, leveling the series at 4-all. Ignis looks like he's in fine form after those 2 wins on Blame. The momentum has completely flipped as he continues to cruise through these exchanges. The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable here. Aster manages to halt the slide, bringing the score level at 5 apiece. He's fighting a tough stretch today with a 25-18 record. Aster pulls ahead by a single round now. His higher ranking is starting to create a real separation here. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, the favored Ignis is holding his own just like we thought. Let's see if he can maintain that poise heading into the second half. Fresh start for both players. Aster regains the advantage, edging ahead 7-6. Slightly higher ranking for the player in the lead. Ignis forces a tie, bringing us to a 7-7 deadlock. This feels like a toss-up given their recent history together. Aster just needs one more strong sequence to put himself in a really comfortable spot. Just keeps proving his class in these mid-game exchanges. And we're right back to a dead heat at 8 apiece. Both players are fighting with a lot of heart today. Unreal. He barely manages to hang on after that brutal exchange, securing a narrow victory. The number 17 rated player is putting on a clinic here. Aster is really leaning into that higher career win rate. It's clear he knows how to close out these high pressure scenarios. If he can keep this pace, he'll be very hard to stop. Aster maintains a razor-thin advantage at 10-9. That was a lightning fast response to clear the air. Aster is starting to put some real distance between himself and Ignis as we head into the closing stretch. Another incredibly fast response from Aster, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. Ignis puts a stop to the slide by picking him off the box. A crucial timeout for the leader. Absolute perfection. Aster closes it out right there to secure the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit in that one, but he just couldn't find the finishing blow. He had to fight for every single round here. What a battle. Aster really dominates the historical records with that 74% map win rate, but looking at their recent clashes, Ignis has been far more consistent in their head-to-head results. Now we just have to see if Aster can actually close the gap. A clean sweep for Ignis, taking complete control of the opening stretch. Quite a reversal for a player who entered as the favorite.
What a chaotic exchange!
Aster scrapes through that fight with a tiny bit of health left to keep things competitive. That narrow escape definitely gives them a boost of confidence. The resistance is real as Aster secures another win to tighten this grip on the game. The favorite is finally starting to flex. Ignis is comfortably in the lead at 4-2. Ignis is currently fighting an uphill battle against a player with a massive career win rate of 68%. And honestly, we're seeing how those historical gaps don't always translate to a clean sweep. He's proving that he can definitely keep pace with the top end of the ladder. He's completely on fire right now, pushing that lead even further. Aster finds his mark to slow things down, bringing the score to 7-3. It feels like the higher rated player is finally stepping up. Ignis is just ruthless, putting Aster down 8-3. That was an incredibly sharp reflex to end the round quickly. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's absolutely running the show right now. He was the slight favorite today, but this is a much bigger gap than anyone anticipated. Aster needs a total reset now. Aster claws one back, but Ignis still holds a 9-4 cushion. He has been the more successful player in their overall history. Aster keeps fighting, but Ignis still owns the 9-5 lead. Definitely feels like the top-ranked man of the two is regaining control. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures his third straight round without taking a single hit. He's definitely showing that gap in the ladder rankings right now. He's simply not letting up as this 4-round tier keeps closing the gap. A completely different energy than what we saw in the first half. A swift response here to keep the momentum moving in his direction. Aster stays gritty, refusing to let that gap widen any further. A quick exchange, but he definitely had the upper hand there. He's refusing to break, putting up another flawless frame to keep the pressure on. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seed here. Incredible, he's just completely erased that deficit, bringing us back to a deadlock. Absolute chaos, we are completely reset now. A lightning-fast response from Ignis to reclaim the lead. The lower-rated man is simply refusing to fold. Another huge win for Ignis, and now he is just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable finish. He closes the door on the series and walks away with the victory. He just stood his ground on a map where the other guy usually dominates. Absolute grit to pull this off. Hard-fought win. Aster gets the first point here, completely shutting down Ignis while he was pushing up the ramp. Aster has the clear edge here with a 66% win rate on this map. He's usually the one who dictates the pace in these encounters. Now it's just a matter of whether he can overcome this slow start. Aster is really flexing those muscles, leading 2-1. It's hard to bet against a player with a 68% all-time win rate. Ignis has clawed back, making it all even. That was incredibly fast. Ignis is really building some serious momentum right now, putting the pressure back on Aster. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the heat right now. We're totally deadlocked at 3 apiece. The gap in their ladder rankings is barely a factor right now. Ignis is really starting to take control here, picking Aster right off that ramp. Ignis has already beaten Aster in 3 of their most recent encounters. That's a huge shift in dynamic. It's clearly proving that the historical advantage Aster usually holds isn't translating to this specific series. He'll need to find a way to disrupt this flow immediately. A sharp response from Aster, keeping his composure to cut that lead back down to 2. He's proving incredibly tough to break, closing out another one just before the side switch. A very clean way to level the playing field. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the opening to go, with the favorite firmly in the driver's seat. Aster needs to tighten up if he wants to close this gap. Fresh start for both. He secures this one from the ramp, showing real tenacity to narrow that gap. He's fighting hard to prove that favorite status. Aster secures another one from the ramp, bringing the tally even at 7-7. The underdog is putting up a huge fight today. He is absolutely surging right now, picking up his 3rd straight to take the lead. He's playing an entirely different game right now. He's absolutely untouchable right now, securing a 4th straight win without taking a single hit. Just an absolute wall. He's now claimed 5 straight to firmly seize the lead. He's playing with total confidence right now. The charge continues as he reaches an 11-7 lead. It's getting very difficult for the opponent to find any answers. Ignis manages to put a halt to that run, getting the better of his opponent in a swift exchange. Ignis just plucked him right out of the window, keeping the pressure mounting. The momentum shift is becoming a real problem for the favorite. Aster holds the lead and secures a massive opportunity to end the game right here. Just a complete standstill for Ignis right now. What grit from Ignis, digging in to knock him off the ramp and keep this dream alive. A huge sigh of relief for the underdog right there. Unreal. After a brutal exchange, Aster scrapes through with practically nothing left to secure the match. He really had to dig deep to survive that final sequence. Ignis gave him a run for his money. What a fight! Aster is the clear favorite entering this one, holding a significant lead in their head-to-head history. He's clearly the more experienced player in this specific rivalry, so it'll be interesting to see if he can shake off this slow start. Ignis is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. He is putting his 16 ranking to the test early on. It's a dead heat now, and neither player is willing to let the other gain a foothold. What a scrap. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to claw out the win. He really seems to have the upper hand in this series. Absolute perfection on that shot. He's just completely shut down any hopes of a comeback from Ignis. A quick exchange and Ignis answers back, narrowing the gap. That's quite a shift from the 10-13 result they just had on fast aim. Aster is putting up some impressive numbers today with a 26-18 record across the board. It's a strong showing that really reinforces his current position on the ladder. He just needs to keep this pace to shut down any chance of an upset. Unreal, he barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health left. Both players have been incredibly active throughout the day. Aster holds a slim edge as we hit round 11. He's definitely not playing his usual game right now. We're tied up at 6-all. Well, everything is playing out just as we expected. These two are fighting for every inch of ground, so we should see a very close second half. Fresh start for both. Ignis has surged ahead with a narrow 7-6 lead. He's playing the role of the spoiler today. Total deadlock now. Aster has finally caught up. He's usually the more consistent one in these long wars of attrition. Ignis has really found his footing here, steadily climbing the hill and putting the pressure on. Ignis is pulling away now, leading by 2. He's making an impressive run despite the overall career gap. He's just relentless right now. Continuing this streak, we have a completely uncontested shot. Aster refuses to back down, winning a gritty fight to keep himself in the game. That was a sharp turn in a very quick engagement. He's proving incredibly tough to put away, keeping the pressure high as he secures another win. The gap in their rank is clearly starting to narrow as this goes on. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, finishing the job effortlessly to tie this set up. He's completely taken control now, cruising to a 4-round streak with a clean finish. Just exactly what the pre-match favorites expected to happen. He just cannot be stopped, putting himself on the verge of victory after 5 straight wins. He's really making a case for his top 20 ranking. What a fight he manages to edge out the victory in an absolute war of attrition. A clutch moment to keep things interesting. Incredible. Ignis manages to survive this brutal encounter, securing the win and forcing a tie at 12-12. He is simply refusing to be put away. Seriously struggling to close this out. He just cannot be stopped, continuing his hot streak to push the lead even further. He is simply on another level right now, picking up a quick kill to move within sight of the finish. The pressure is just too much for the favorite right now. Aster keeps the dream alive with a crisp headshot, refusing to go down quietly. He's managed to shut down that momentum just in time. What a finish! He barely edges out the win with just 6 health to secure the victory. He really dug deep in overtime to close this one out. It was an absolute grind to an end. What a fight! Esther enters this one with a massive overall lead, having won 131 of their head-to-head games. That historical superiority often creates a mental edge that is hard to shake. We'll see if that pressure starts to weigh on Ignis as the game progresses. Ignis is starting to pull ahead with a 2-1 lead. A surprising shift from what we expected heading into today. Aster quickly puts a stop to that momentum shift, bringing things right back to an even split. He's definitely fighting through a rough patch lately. Ignis has regained control with a 3-2 lead. The higher rated player is really struggling to find a solution here. What a scramble! He barely clings to the lead after that absolute slugfest. He's currently on the lower end of the top 20 on the ladder. Ignis just edges ahead, holding a slim one-round advantage. Esther is taking a lot of control from the ramp, securing another quick win to even things up. Ignis pushes forward again to take a narrow lead. The higher rank just isn't finding any answers right now. Ignis has really shifted the dynamic today with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. That recent surge is translating perfectly into this server. It'll be interesting to see if Esther can remember how to shut this down before the lead slips further away. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, this is exactly what the oddsmakers wanted to see. He's holding his ground well, despite Aster owning a stronger history on this map. Time for a total reset. Aster uses the ramp perfectly to bring this series right back to a tie. He's certainly playing to that superior head-to-head record right now. And we are deadlocked again at 7 apiece. He's showing the stability expected from a top 20 rank. Ignis jumps back in front, leading by 1 now. He's really making the most of his recent 26-29 run today. It's practically a coin flip at this point, as neither player can seem to put the other away. Expectedly, the favorited side has a great answer for this phase. Ignis really utilized those boxes to secure another round and keep his nose ahead. That shift in energy makes this feel like a completely new series. Ignis is cruising now with a 2-round cushion. It's a completely different story from their last encounter on Italy P. Absolutely ruthless. He's completely taken over this series now. A tough spot for him to be in, especially as the favorite today. He's just too fast right now, moving one step away from a victory. Simply a total reversal of the pre-match expectations. A lightning fast response from Aster to keep himself in the game. That was an incredibly sharp pick to shut the door on another round. Aster keeps his cool and manages to knock him off the ramp. The momentum is swinging back in his favor. What a stand! He just completely shuts down the momentum shift and extends his run to 3 straight. Absolutely sensational! Ignis closes out the series with a flawless final strike to secure the victory. That's a huge statement win for the lower seeded player. He really shrugged off that head-to-head history to get the job done. What a series! Esther has been incredibly reliable on this particular layout with a 72% win rate. It's a stark contrast to Ignis, who has historically struggled to even break a coin flip here. We'll see if that high floor helps Esther build a lead early. He just cannot be stopped right now, taking another clean fight to push the lead to 3. Finally, Ignis digs in and manages to find the opening he needed to close the gap. The heavy favorite is finally feeling some pressure. Aster stays comfortably in control with a 4-1 lead. His overall career record reflects that consistent top-tier skill. What a burst of speed as Ignis completely shuts the door on that trade. He's putting up a fight, securing another round to keep the deficit minimal. The momentum is shifting away from the favorite. He has completely flipped the script, leveling the score at 4 apiece. This is a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Esther quickly puts a stop to that run and regains the lead. He's got the all-time edge in their head-to-head rivalry. Ignis just wipes the floor with his opponent on the ramp to tie this series up. That puts us in a dead heat heading into the 11th. He's just relentless, taking control of the series as we approach the break. A real struggle for Aster to find an answer right now. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the match is playing out just as we thought it would. He's keeping a slim advantage as the two trade series of 3 rounds apiece. Time to see who settles in. He's refusing to buckle, extending that lead to 3 as he holds the momentum. He's really making the most of the current form. That was an effortless exchange as the lead continues to climb. He's playing with a lot more confidence than in his last few meetings. The comeback is in full effect now as he grabs a 3rd straight for a huge lead. His confidence is peaking at exactly the right time. Aster manages to shut him down, halting that run for now. The gap in their overall win rates is still quite a bit. He's back in the driver's seat, securing another comfortable win to keep the pressure high. He's simply too strong right now, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. The ladder rankings definitely didn't predict a rout like this. A huge outplay to keep the dream alive for Aster, snatching a round back when it mattered most. Unbelievable! He claws back from that early deficit to secure the series win. He's completely rewritten the history books on this layout. He's finally found the key to breaking that long-standing dominance. Aster reacts quickly, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold that ramp angle. Aster generally holds the upper hand in this matchup, winning over half of their encounters historically. It's an interesting dynamic, since Ignis has actually walked away with the last 3 series they played together. Now we have to see if the current momentum carries through the first half. Aster is just dominating, moving into a commanding 3-1 lead. He's looking very sharp compared to those struggles in the last few games. Ignis is keeping this very close and is finally starting to chip away at that lead. He really has been the better player in these last few meetings. Aster is staring down a huge 4-2 cushion here. He's putting that 67% map win rate to work right now. Aster manages to catch Ignis right as he steps up that ramp, really putting the pressure on. It's a total flip from how those other series went today. He shuts down that comeback attempt, taking the round from the window to extend his lead. He's playing like a man who knows he has the overall H2H lead. Ignis claims a tidy victory from the window to keep the pressure on. His recent form has been shaky, posting only a 30% win rate lately. He's refusing to go away, completely erasing Aster's momentum with that snapshot. Absolutely stunning reflexes to secure another win, leaving his opponent completely outclassed. He's completely locked in right now. Aster holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. I mean, he's fighting off that recent losing streak to keep the favorites at bay for now. Time to see who blinks first. Aster has put himself in a great spot with an 8-round lead. It's a huge contrast to the 3 straight losses he suffered against this same player earlier today. He's clearly found a way to reverse that trend. Aster just can't be shaken right now, taking that out from the ramp to put a huge dent in Ignis' hopes. Pure dominance in that sequence, grabbing 2 more in a row. Aster's now sitting pretty with a 3-round cushion. He's starting to look like the favorite for this specific pair. Ignis shuts him down right off the ramp, refusing to let the lead slip further. Aster's still firmly in control with a 10-7 lead. A really respectable showing for the number 21 ranked player. Aster gets the job done from the ramp, putting himself just 2 rounds away from the win. He's proven much more consistent than those recent outings would suggest. Ignis is really refusing to let the game get away from him here, keeping things interesting. He shuts that door quickly, putting himself in a prime position to end this map right now. Ignis holds his ground on the ramp, fighting off a huge push to stay in the game. He's clearly determined to pull off a huge upset here. What a way to finish it! Aster is too fast, securing the final victory and the whole series. Ignis really fought back and had some incredible flick shots in there, but he just couldn't close it out today. Aster holds a significant overall lead in their head-to-head history, but Ignis has really started to turn the tide in their more recent encounters. He'll want to capitalize on that momentum to pull ahead early. Aster's up by 1 as they head into round 3. The favorite is really asserting himself early in this series. He just won't let up, taking a third straight round to widen the gap. That's exactly the kind of start we expected from the favorite. That was a gritty scramble, but Ignis manages to scrape out the win. He's showing exactly why he was tipped as the slight favorite today. Ignis doesn't care where he's hiding, he just cleared that box for another clean round. It's starting to look like that 13-7 result from earlier. Unreal, he barely hangs on with a sliver of health to extend this streak to 3. Everything seems to be going against the former favorite here. What a scramble! Both players traded heavy damage, but he manages to outlast Aster and extend the run to 4. Aster secures the win from the box, halting that run. A quick response for the number 19 rated player. We are all squared up at 5 apiece. He really looked like the more composed one during that exchange. Aster's on fire, picking up another one to head into the switch with all the momentum. A brutal way to wrap up the half. We're deadlocked at 6-6 for the half. I mean, things are playing out almost exactly as expected. Both players are swapping momentum and keeping this a complete toss-up going into the second set. Time for a clean slate. Ignis takes a slim 1-round lead as we start. He's capitalizing on this current run of form perfectly. Another deadlock, we're tied up again at 7-0. That's a familiar look for a player who tends to win this map. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, using that height advantage to extend his lead. He's looking every bit the high seed right now. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing another dominant victory to take a 2-round lead. He answers back immediately, refusing to let the lead slip any further. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Aster really seems to have the magic touch on this particular map. It's no surprise, he's managing to keep the pace here given his historical advantage in the matchups. He just needs to maintain this discipline to close it out. Ignis is just barely hanging on here, but he's needing a huge shift in momentum if he wants to force a tie. The trade-offs are getting intense here. Both of these players are refusing to let the other stay in control. That was another incredibly tight sequence. He manages to edge out that duel, putting himself just one step away from victory. The higher seed is taking full control here. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a perfect shot to claim the series. Ignis really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close the gap in those final moments. He'll be gutted after that effort. What a fight! What a frantic start. Ignis barely escapes with his life to take the opener. Aster really owns the historical edge in this rivalry, winning over 57% of their total head-to-head matches. It's clear that superiority is weighing on Ignis right now. The question is whether Ignis can flip the script today. Ignis is dominating, leading 3-1. It's a complete reversal of the favorited start for Aster. Simply untouchable right now, he is completely taking over this match. A real shocker compared to how their last two maps ended. A flawless sequence from Ignis, who continues to dismantle everything Aster throws at him. Aster finally answers back, managing to edge out the duel for himself. The top-ranked player of the two finally finds his footing. Ignis is putting together a serious run, having won 6 of the last 8 rounds. It's a massive shift in momentum for a player who has struggled against Aster in the past. Now the pressure is firmly on the higher rated seed to stop the slide. Aster just shut that down, proving that playing from the ground doesn't necessarily put you at a disadvantage. He's clearly not letting the lower seed dictate the pace. Ignis is just relentless, pushing his lead to 8-3. He really looks like the better man this evening. Ignis takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely delivering the results we expected after being tagged as the favorite. Aster needs a major response to get back into this. Let's see if Aster can regroup. Aster claws one back, but he's still trailing 9-4. That raw reaction speed is exactly why he's rated so highly. Aster manages to pick him off the boxes and keeps the momentum swinging his way. He's certainly putting those rank advantages to use. Ignis hits double digits and holds a commanding 5-point gap. That's putting a real damper on his recent form lately. Aster takes a very opportunistic line from the ramp to keep this fight alive. He's definitely playing a bit more confident than we saw him on Fast Aim. Things are getting really tense now. Ignis is just a couple of steps away from closing this out. Ignis is really rewriting the script for this pairing today. A tough battle there, but Ignis secures the edge and is now just 1 round away from victory. Hard to believe he's this far behind in the count. Absolutely incredible, Ignis closes it out with a clean final strike to secure the victory. A statement victory for the underdog here, completely dismantling the higher seeded player and shifting the series in his favor. Aster holds a substantial all-time advantage with a 68% win rate. Well, that high conversion rate often shows up in the early rounds. He seems to have a mental edge in these head-to-head encounters. So the question is if Ignis can find some answers soon. Unreal. He claws back around in a total scrap, barely surviving that exchange. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that disaster, keeping his lead intact. Aster is just dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. He's outperforming the odds a bit right now. A completely effortless exchange for Aster to keep his momentum rolling. He's definitely capitalizing on the confidence from his recent victories over Ignis. A sharp response there, catching him completely off guard. He's proving he can hold his own, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. The underdog started to push back against the early lead. Ignis has been struggling with a 29-27 record over the last day. That lack of consistency makes it much harder for him to string together any momentum. He's certainly fighting for his life now that the score gap is widening. Absolute chaos in this trade. Ignis barely survives a brutal slugfest to close the gap before the half. That should give him a bit more breathing room heading into the switch. It's 7-5 in favor of Aster. Well, the favorite isn't exactly struggling, but the underdog is definitely proving he belongs in the lead. Aster looks very comfortable on Italy, which makes sense given his strong map history here. Time for a total reset. He just keeps digging in, continuing this climb back into the game. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite now. Aster maintains a slender 2-round lead at 8-6. It's interesting to see the higher rated player reclaim control here. He's showing serious grit here, ending that exchange in the blink of an eye. He's simply refusing to go away, bringing this whole match level at 8-8. The momentum has completely shifted since the side swap. He's just completely taking over the map, pushing his lead further with a lightning-fast flick. He's simply unstoppable right now, racking up a 4th straight victory to put a real grip on this series. What a display of skill! He's now completely flipped the script with a 5th straight win. He is simply an absolute wall right now, and he only needs one more victory to end this. What a phenomenal run! He closes out the series with an incredible turnaround to secure the victory. An incredible mental recovery from the underdog, managing to outlast a seasoned vet on a map he usually dominates,